Tonight we're diving into the incredible story of the man who sold the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. So it's time to fall asleep peacefully. So before you get comfortable in that cozy spot of yours, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also let us know where you're watching from and what time it is now. Get comfortable and dim. Them lights, Paris in the 1920s was a live champagne, corks popping jazz clubs, buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twink in ling to astute. Visitors Paris offered endless possibilities. Travelers flocked to the Seine at night. British tourists with pastel-colored suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell for Victor Leonard L. The city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Leonard, or in Paris born in a small village on the Austrian border. He was captivated Ed by the world beyond the mountains, while other boys herded sheep. Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good towel was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him La the Fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle in a village of rumours that tales spread quickly as a boy. He learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted by adulthood. His skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques each time. He was being investigated by the authorities. He'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan, or Berlin. A step ahead, Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile he had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Shan cafes, hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered, if he persuaded someone, that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme. Failure would turn him into a laughingstock, but a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark. He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like for forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Créon, pretending to be a high-ranking official, to add authenticity to his deception. He engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men. In the metal industry, his informant had told him, they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence he could practice ally. Feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Cron for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric sprinkled with phrases such as insta strictus, confidence and under direct ministerial oversight. Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel handpicked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps from the start. Curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes when at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower. He watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose to all of them. He leaked the same inside track Thesity would soon finalize a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. Thesity planned to avoid any uproar by finalizing the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime Marc-Andre Dubis, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Du was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon victor. Noticed how Dubar always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that they might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed after a few days of tantalizing phone calls and cryptic notes. Victor invited Duo to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person for added realism. Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dub. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie as they approached the landmark. Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound, he remarked with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Duo nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes. Given to minor city clerks, this data-laden performance impressed DUI's Victor, then produced a sheath of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder-exclusive salvage rights. DUI's skimmed them mouth agape as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalize this swiftly, but some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion with one eyebrow." Raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dewar took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, and weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna living luxuriously. At a grand hotel, he enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumors swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a con man had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dub's name, and no one had identified Victor, the story swirling with half-truths. Soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant triples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend while sipping a particularly fine espresso. One morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper in the business section. There was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep. Expenses, costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were surfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin, if the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline. Then the seed of plausibility was still there the more. He mulled it over the more. Irresistible, the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold, selling it. Twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk on. Artistry thrives on. The unexpected Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice, and yet Ash weighed his options. He recognized one key advantage. The first victim, Duir, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumor. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favor. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat. From a small Eastern European country, he took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opa Garnier. Careful not to retrace his steps exactly, he updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive, heplanned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets, and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula, elegantly worded letters on official looking, stationer, discreet appointments, scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hush talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlor, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist, rumored to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fourier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals at the meeting. Fourier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was ascertained sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials, without hesitation offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fourier accepted them, with a practiced smile that revealed nothing a day later. However, Victor discovered that Fourier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognized the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumor suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official, peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat closing the con was in motion. But the authorities were no longer ignorant, with a mixture of dread and exhilaration. He realized he had no choice but to accelerate the plan zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a pon for shady dealings over dinner at a private club. Victor dangled the tower's contract before him, as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable even as Weissman scribbled out a check big enough to make Victor's heart flutter. There was a persistent nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Four's inquiries led the police to his door, so he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with DUIs. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything: the purchase of the tower's scrap, plus a discrete administrative fee, Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains. Heading straight to the Gone by Dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having vested not just stone, but 2 gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other one man in history had dared alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean. He replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's check, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumors of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fourier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woe, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel. Witnesses who were called a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor L. Mer was real or an alias with pressure. Mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumors spread that a flamboyant con artist rumored to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once, but twice was at large. Despite the news tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control? Essorone, evening at the casino, dressed in a CIS dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation, but something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheels spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the Cooper's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognized him by one of his many aliases, presumably that night. As he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds he had always believed in? The artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice return to Paris, meet with Fourier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition outwardly. Victor kept his composure. He flashed a smile, feigning indifference, but his heart pounded even. If he eluded this detective, He sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull in a move that stunned the detective. Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Foro in neutral territory in Switzerland to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some of the table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape, but as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted when Victor arrived. Plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, words spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations, to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fourier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French. Governments, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name. But the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents. Vanishing into the night, has insisted he served his time only to emerge a changed man either way. In the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great imposter. ISCAM, the Battle of Gettysburg, began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow, but the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point armament, where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously. In the balance, General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy on the Union side. General George G.M.E. had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but they resolved to defend their homeland and preserve the Union. Burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned, with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank, outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition. Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle elsewhere. The fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke, and the cries of the wounded soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination. knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders entrenched on Cemetery Ridge and unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defenses. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realizing that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remained one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time as you drift into sleep. Let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the field after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying homes. Barns and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers. Regardless of the uniforms they wore, the lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded, as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The army of the pack had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honor the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 407 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish. From the earth, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address was met with a mixed reception at the time, with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare over the years. Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education, and pilgrimage monuments and markers were erected to honor the soldiers who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made and to ponder the lessons of history today. Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for a freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding. In your heart, the legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice, and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict in the years. Following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honor their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pierre's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding standing over time. Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor center provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honor the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society today. Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honor the past, reflect on the present, and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls, and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times there's hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the cost of division and the strength required to build it, challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honor the sacrifices of those who came before us, by working to create a better world as you settle into rest. Tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we're reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions, and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship in the years following the battle. The memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination. To heal Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle, from generals like Robert E. Lee and George Mee, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve. Each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men from both the Union and Confederate armies faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the vow of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle To create a more perfect union today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. Thestries of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honor their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges as you drift off to sleep tonight. Let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective, and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit's sweet dreams. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Ujin was, grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple, yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and the scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Eugen's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Ugai, a minor tribal leader, and his wife, Holan Wentamuin, was just a young boy. His father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother Holan took on the responsibility of raising Uji and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. These early struggles forged a deep resilience into Muin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence, but he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength, but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. But before he could realize this vision, he faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival Tamo. Jin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in the unity of purpose and loyalty. In time, Temoin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth. A revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner in 1206. After years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His army's skilled horsemen and fierce warriors began to expand the Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline, and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia into China and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies and learning from the cultures he encountered. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet, except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connection she forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day as you sink deeper into relaxation. Let the story of Genghis Khan remind you of the power of perseverance, the strength found in unity, and the importance of vision. His life, filled with challenges and triumphs, speaks to the boundless potential within each of us, the ability to overcome, to lead, and to create lasting change. As you drift even deeper into the calming embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Picture the endless Mongolian steppes beneath a vast night sky, where the stars shine like scattered diamonds, illuminating the dark plains below. The wind moves softly, whispering tales of ancient conquests and unification, carrying with it the faint scent of grasslands and distant fires. This is the world where Genghis Khan forged his legacy, a world where survival was harsh, but the spirit of resilience was even stronger. As his empire expanded, so too did his influence. His conquest stretched from the mountains of China to the deserts of Persia, from the plains of Russia to the cities of the Middle East. But beyond the battles and the victories, Genghis Khan's mind remained focused on a singular goal: creating a world where his people could thrive. He was not driven purely by conquest, but by the desire to establish order. Where there was once chaos, to bring unity to lands divided by endless feuds. The Mongol Empire under his leadership was not just vast, but interconnected. Trade routes flourished under his protection, allowing merchants, scholars, and travelers to move more freely than ever before. This period of stability and security, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, allowed ideas, cultures, and innovations to flow across continents. Paper, gunpowder, and art traveled from east to west, while philosophies, religions, and scientific discoveries spread in return. Imagine the caravans moving slowly across the Silk Road, their lanterns glowing softly in the dark, their footsteps measured and steady, the gentle clinking of goods, the murmur of languages blending together. This was a world where once isolated cultures began to connect, creating a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision of an interconnected world laid the foundation for this exchange change. bridging the gaps between civilizations and opening pathways that had once seemed impossible. As you breathe in slowly, picture the vast expanse of his empire, the land stretching beyond sight mountains. Rise in the distance. Rivers carve paths through fertile valleys and open plains, roll endlessly toward the horizon. Each part of this landscape, once divided, is now united under a common rule, a testament to the power of a shared purpose. Genus KH dream of unity has become a reality, one shaped by his unwavering will and strategic brilliance. But even as his empire grew, Genus Khan remained tied to the simplicity of his roots. He lived a life close to the earth, surrounded by the people who had followed him from the very beginning. He never allowed himself to be consumed by luxury or excess. His strength lay in his ability to understand both the warrior's path and the leader's burden, to balance the ferocity of conquest with the wisdom of governance. As the years passed, Genus Khan continued to guide his people, his vision extending beyond his own lifetime. He established systems of law and order, ensuring that justice and discipline held his empire together. His code, the Yasa, provided structure and fairness, holding even the highest-ranking leaders accountable. This commitment to order and loyalty became the backbone of the Mongol Empire, a legacy that would endure long after his death in 1227. Genus Khan's journey came to an end. He passed away. During a military campaign, his body returned to the land he had known since childhood. His burial place remains a mystery, hidden somewhere in the vast steppes, a secret held tightly by those who revered him. But though his physical presence faded, his legacy continued to shape the world. His descendants carried his vision forward, expanding the empire and cementing his place in history. As you breathe deeply, feel the quiet power of Genghis Khan's story resonating within you. His life teaches us that even in the face of unimaginable challenges, a determined spirit can overcome. A clear vision can unify, and resilience can shape the course of history. He transformed his hardships into strength, his struggles into purpose, and his dreams into reality. Imagine the steppes once more, now calm under the vast night sky. The stars continue their silent watch. The wind carries a sense of timelessness, and the land stretches out in quiet peace. The world rests much like you do now, embracing the stillness that follows, the storm, the calm that comes after a journey well traveled. Allow yourself to let go completely, to surrender to this peaceful stillness. The story of Genghis Khan has taken you across endless plains, through battles, struggles, and victories. Now you rest, knowing that strength, resilience, and vision lie within you, just as they did within him. The journey of discovery, growth, and purpose is yours to continue when you awaken, as you sink deeper into the embrace of sleep. Let the echoes of Genghis Khan's legacy ripple through your mind like a soft, steady current. His journey was vast, stretching across endless plains and through the annals of history, yet his life was also a reflection of universal truths, strength in adversity, vision beyond boundaries, and the enduring power of unity. Imagine the stillness of the steppes at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden hue across the endless grasslands. The world holds its breath, in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended between night and day. This is the same land that shaped Ujin, the boy who became Genghis Khan. The cold winds, the hardships, the endless horizons. All these elements forged his spirit, teaching him to endure, to adapt, and to lead. As you breathe deeply, let that same sense of quiet resilience settle within you, just as the steppes stretched beyond sight, so too do the possibilities within your own life. The journey of Genghis Khan reminds us that no matter how vast the challenges before us, the human spirit is capable of incredible endurance and transformation. In your mind's eye, picture the endless caravans that traveled the Silk Road under the protection of the Mongol Empire. Merchants from distant lands move steadily along ancient routes, their carts loaded with silks, spices, and knowledge. The world is connected in ways it had never been before. ideas flowing freely across continents. These connections, once fragile and uncertain, now we a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision brought people together, creating pathways where there had once been barriers. His legacy lives not just in the conquests, but in the bridges he built between cultures, the systems of order he established, and the idea that unity, even amidst diversity, is possible. Now let your thoughts drift further into the stillness of night. The campfires have burned down to embers, their soft glow casting faint light across the faces of warriors, nomads and travelers. The air is filled with the faint scent of smoke and the quiet murmur of people at rest. This moment of peace, hard-earned and cherished, reflects the balance that Genghis Khan sought. A world's strength and stability allowed for moments of tranquility. Feel the calm spread through your body, each breath drawing you deeper into a space of comfort and safety. The struggles of the day fall away. Like grains of sand carried by the wind, you're part of a larger story, one where each challenge you face shapes you, where every moment of resilience adds to your strength. Like the great KH, you possess the power to endure, to dream, and to create a legacy of your own. Imagine now the vast plains stretching out beneath, the sky filled with stars. The universe seems infinite. Yet there is a profound sense of peace in knowing that you are a part of this grand expanse. The wind whispers, gently carrying with it the stories of the past, the hopes of the present, and the dreams of the future. You're connected to this timeless flow, your spirit at ease, your heart steady. As your mind drifts further into sleep, let the essence of Genghis Khan's story remain with you. His life shaped by hardship and triumph reminds us that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth. His journey from a boy abandoned on the steppes to a ruler who united vast lands is a testament to the power of determination and vision. You too carry that same potential within you. The ability to overcome, to rise, and to transform the world outside grows softer now. The edges of reality blurring as you surrender to rest. Your breath is slow, steady, and calm. Each inhale fills you with air of possibility. Each exhale releases any tension you've been holding. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, protecting and soothing you as you drift further into peaceful sleep. As you drift even deeper into the embrace of sleep, the vast plains of history stretch endlessly before you. Serene and timeless, the gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the calm, steady winds of the Mongolian steppes, whispering stories of courage, resilience, and transformation. The journey of Genghis Khan lingers softly in your mind, a reminder that every challenge faced, every hardship overcome, shapes the path towards something greater. In this peaceful expanse, the world feels limitless, the night sky filled with an infinite sea of stars reflects the boundless potential within you. Each star glimmers with a quiet brilliance, a beacon of possibility, hope, and the dreams that lie waiting beyond the horizon. Just as Genghis Khan dared to look beyond the confines of his world, you too are capable of breaking through barriers, of envisioning new paths, of creating a life defined by your own resilience and purpose. Imagine the quiet of the ancient world. No city lights, no noise of modern life, just the pure, unbroken silence of the night. The grass beneath you is soft, cool, and fragrant. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of earth and distant fires. The only sounds are the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional soft nicker of a horse standing watch. This tranquility is a gift, a space where you can let go, breathe deeply, and allow your mind to float freely as you inhale. Draw in a sense of calm, strength with each exhale. Release the burdens of the day, the worries that cling like shadows in this space. There is no need to rush, no need to struggle. You are safe, held gently by the vastness of history and the quiet wisdom it offers. Like the open steps, your mind expands free from constraints, filled with possibility. The story of Genghis Khan is one of transformation, of a young boy who endured pain and loss, but who rose to become a leader who reshaped the world. His journey reminds us that strength is born in moments of adversity, that the spirit is forged in the fires of challenge. His vision was clear, his resolve unbreakable, and within you too lies that same seed of potential, that same capacity for growth, for vision, for resilience. Picture the endless plains bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of sunlight touch the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the land. The sky shifts from deep indigo to gentle hues of pink and orange. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, as the night gives way to a new day. This transition from darkness to light is a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how long the night may seem, the dawn always comes. Let this thought settle gently in your mind. Just as the night must yield to the morning, every struggle you face, every challenge you endure holds the promise of renewal, of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be realized. The journey of life, like the journey of Genghis Khan, is one of cycles of hardship and triumph, of darkness and light, of ending ings and new beginnings. Feel your body relax even further, each muscle letting go, your mind sinking deeper into the comfort of sleep. The weight of the world lifts away, leaving you light-free and at peace. The winds of the steppes, the vast horizons, and the quiet strength of history envelop you in a cocoon of serenity. In this state of deep relaxation, know that you are part of something timeless. The struggles, the victories, the dreams of those who came before you live on, whispering their wisdom and encouragement. You're connected to this greater tapestry of humanity, a thread woven through the fabric of time, resilient and unbroken. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades. Tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery in the South. Slav wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labor of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost. The humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out, more questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed that had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy on the other side. Many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through Compromise, the Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850. These were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws, like the Fugitive Slave Act, demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. And just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing The nation apart finally reached a boiling point in Charleston, South Carolina. Small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy. For the Confederacy, both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come after weeks of tense standoff. Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort when Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused the Confederate forces open fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours, the cannons roared, lighting up the harbor with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies, dwindling Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both. The North and South news of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75 Ruro volunteers to suppress the rebellion. Their response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation in the South. The bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete. The lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension picture. The soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbor, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air. Their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire, fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure, as the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict. The battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of nation, forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union, but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was airing more than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days further south. The Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers, but in the profound Human-cost families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war-broken cannon-storm flags and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet. After the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills and the long shadows. Stretching across the land, let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is always a path to healing. While the civil war raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who had later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname, the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity. But as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned, with so many men away fighting. Women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional hole of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight, not just for unity, but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight her stitches, steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soul reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection. Even in the face of immense challenge, by 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them. Down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Toomer Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources rail. Roads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions, increased supplies, dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed in April 1865. General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions: the Union would endure, and slavery would not. But it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, ICT, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that fully ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep. The division still ran the war, also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives, but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honoring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences. Songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories serve not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, Let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude and peace. Over 200 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a center of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophronis, was a stonemason, and his mother Ferretti was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history as a young man. Socrates likely follow in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honorable life. Athens during Socrates' lifetime was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, was seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many, but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. Trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life in the days leading up to his execution. Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy in the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence where the soul might find true knowledge on the day of his execution. Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato, in particular, dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire his life, teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let this story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun, casting long shadows on the stone buildings here. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder as you drift into sleep. Let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavors worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions, his unassuming presence and sharp intellect. Captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. So life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of how his courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn, the first rays of sunlight, illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Oka's life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning. In ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of bird song and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures their sense of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life, his calm acceptance of his fate. His willingness to stand by his beliefs even in the face of death is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence, a transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars. Fallen to earth, the wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis painting, the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way as you let these thoughts settle. Imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life, despite living in a city known for its grandeur. Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters now as you drift deeper into rest. Imagine the stars above Athens twinkling softly in the night sky. Socrates, seated with his students, gazed upward, his mind pondering the mysteries of the universe. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford upon Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet-lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the river N at meandered through the town, reflecting the sky and its soft rippling. Waters William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glovemaker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment. From his father's work, in those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among towns folk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Id and playwrights like Plutus and Xenophanes. Ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts. Cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright with a company called the Lord Chamberlains. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatregoers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the river, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marveled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, A.E.L. King, Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled their weaving, a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatres. He entered the later years of his life. His writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding on April 23rd, 1616, at the age of 52. William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon, and his life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today as you breathe deeply. Now let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration, even though he left the world far too early. At the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time, they transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted in the years following his passing. Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingers and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the First Folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays including comedies, history, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularized thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain, they were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves in the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change in his quieter moments. Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him later years. He collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning over the centuries. Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless, as we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare. His story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition. The scholars, actors and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words in the decades after his passing. By the first folio published in 623 by his friends and fellow actors secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's work spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corner of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature, and theatre visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous song. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mellon and Joseph Pevery turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works. With performances, lectures, and readings, the Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving. With each new interpretation and performance, Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his place to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances, amplifying their emotional depth even in the modern world. His influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquilite. The image of a young William, with eyes full of wonder and curiosity, fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities as sleep draws you deeper. Know that you're connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today. Bridging the gap between past and present, Thomas Alva Edison was born on February 11, 1847, in the small town of Milan, Ohio, in the United States. He was the youngest of 7 children, And his parents, Samuel and Nancy Edison, were hardworking, resourceful. Samuel was a political activist and entrepreneur, while Nancy was a former school teacher who nurtured her children's curiosity and learning from an early age. Edison showed signs of a restless and inquisitive mind. However, his education was far from conventional. He attended school for only a few months before his teacher labeled him as idle, a term used at the time to describe someone with a scattered or confused mind. This harsh judgment prompted his mother to take his education into her own hands. Nancy Edison believed in her son's potential and homeschooled him, instilling a love of reading and self-directed learning that would stay with him for life. Edison's childhood was marked by curiosity and experimentation. He set up a small laboratory in the family basement, where he conducted simple experiments and explored the wonders of chemistry. However, his thirst for knowledge extended beyond science. He devoured books on a wide range of topics, including history, philosophy, and mechanics. This eclectic education laid the foundation for the inventor he would become. At the age of 12, Edison took a job as a newsboy and candy seller on the Grand Trunk Railway. This job allowed him to earn money. While observing the workings of the industrial world, he used part of his earnings to buy chemicals and equipment for his experiments. Edison even set up a small laboratory in the bag-beige car of the train, where he conducted experiments during downtime. His early ventures were not without mishaps. One experiment caused a fire, earning him a reprimand and forcing him to move his activities elsewhere. Edison's life took a significant turn when he became partially deaf, a condition that began in childhood and worsened over time, although he later offered various explanations for his hearing loss, including a train conduct pulling him onto a moving train by his ears. The exact cause remains uncertain, instead of viewing his deafness as a limitation. Edison considered it an advantage, allowing him to focus deeply on his work without distractions. As Edison grew older, his fascination with telegraphy opened new doors. He learned more code and became a skilled telegraph operator, taking on jobs across the Midwest. The telegraph was one of the most advanced technologies of the time, and working with it gave Edison valuable experience in electrical systems and communication during the period he began to develop his first inventions, including an automatic repeater that improved the efficiency of telegraph transmissions, empty brackets, in 1868 at the age of 21. Edison moved to Boston, a hub of innovation and industry. It was here that he created his first patented invention, an electric vote recorder designed to speed up the voting process in legislative bodies. Unfortunately, the device failed to gain traction, teaching Edison a valuable lesson about the importance of creating inventions that met practical needs. This setback did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his determination to succeed. Edison's career really took off in 1876 when he established his first research laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. This facility became a center of creativity and innovation, earning Edison the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Here, he assembled a team of talented assistants who collaborated on a wide range of projects. Edison's approach to invention was systematic and collaborative, a stark contrast to the solitary inventor stereotype. One of Edison's most famous inventions emerged from this period: the phonograph. In 1877, he developed a device that could record and reproduce sound, a groundbreaking achievement that amazed the public. The phonograph earned Edison international acclaim and cemented his reputation as a leading innovator. The following years saw Edison tackle one of the greatest challenges of his career, creating a practical and affordable electric light system. While others had experimented with electric lighting, Edison was determined to develop a complete system, including generators, wiring, and light bulbs that could bring electricity to homes and businesses. In 1879, after countless experiments, he unveiled a carbon filament incandescent light bulb that could burn for extended periods. This invention revolutionized daily life and marked the beginning of the electrification era. Edison's work in electric lighting led to the formation of the Edison Electric Light Company, which later evolved into General Electric, one of the largest corporations in the world. However, his success was not without challenges. The late 19th century saw fierce competition between Edison's direct current DC electrical system and the alternating current AC system championed by Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse. This war of the currents was a bitter rivalry, but ultimately AC became the dominant method of electrical distribution due to its efficiency over long distances. Despite this setback, Edison continued to innovate in a wide range of fields. He improved motion picture technology, developing the kinescope, and contributing to the early days of the film industry. His laboratories also worked on advances in batteries, cement, and mining technologies. By the time of his death, Edison held over 1,000 patents, a testament to his relentless creativity and work ethic. Edison's personal life was as eventful as his professional one. He married Mary Stilwell in 1871, and the couple had 3 children after Mary's untimely death in 1884. Edison married Mina Miller in 1886, with whom he had 3 more children. Mina played a significant role in managing Edison's affairs and supporting his work, providing stability in a life often consumed by invention as we reflect on Thomas Edison's life. It's clear that his contributions went far beyond individual inventions. He pioneered a new model of innovation, combining scientific research with practical application and entrepreneurial spirit. His work not only transformed technology, but also reshaped the way we live, work, and connect with one another tonight as you drift off to sleep. Imagine the flicker of an early electric light bulb, the scratchy sounds of a phonograph recording, or the hum of a motion picture projector. These were the dreams of a man who never stopped pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Let his story inspire your own dreams, reminding you that curiosity, perseverance, and creativity can illuminate even the darkest nights as we continue our journey through the life of Thomas Edison. Let's explore the later years of this remarkable man. A time filled with continued innovation, personal growth, and reflection on a life dedicated to invention. By the dawn of the 20th century, Edison had already secured his place in history, but his drive to create and explore new ideas never waned. His laboratory at Menlo Park had given way to a larger, more advanced facility in West Orange, New Jersey, which became his new center of operations. This expansive complex allowed Edison to work on multiple projects simultaneously and provided a space where ideas could flourish on a grand scale. The West Orange Laboratory was a bustling hub of activity where Edison and his team of assistants worked tirelessly on inventions that would shape the future. This facility housed not only research areas, but also manufacturing spaces, making it a model for modern industrial research. Here, Edison's vision for invention as a collaborative process continued to thrive during this period. One of Edison's key focuses was improving battery technology. He believed that rechargeable batteries held the potential to revolutionize transportation and energy storage. After years of experimentation, he developed the nickel-iron storage battery, which proved to be more durable and long-lasting than its predecessors. These batteries were used in electric vehicles, signaling Edison's foresight into the future of sustainable transportation. Edison's interest in motion pictures also continued to evolve. His work on the kinetoscope and the development of early film projectors played a crucial role in the birth of the motion picture industry. Although his methods and equipment were eventually surpassed by newer technologies, Edison's contributions laid the groundwork for the film industry's rapid growth. He saw movies not just as entertainment, but as a powerful medium for education and communication. In addition to his inventions, Edison had a keen sense of business and industry. He founded several companies over his lifetime, many of which merged or evolved into the corporate giants of today. His ability to navigate the worlds of science, engineering, and business set him apart as a true pioneer of the industrial age. As Edison aged, his approach to work remained disciplined and intense. He was known for his long hours and often slept only a few hours each night, preferring to take short naps throughout the day. He famously remarked, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration," a testament to his belief in hard work and perseverance. Edison's personal life also continued to be a source of strength and stability. His second wife, Mina Miller Edison, managed the family household and supported his endeavors with grace and dedication together. They raised 3 children. Mellin, Charles, and Theodore, the Edison family, enjoyed a comfortable life. But Edison's devotion to his work sometimes kept him away from home for long stretches of time. Despite his fame and success, Edison remained a humble and often private individual. He shunned the idea of being called a genius and instead credited his achievements to relentless effort and curiosity. He was known to be a man of simple tastes, preferring practical clothing and straightforward conversations over grand displays of wealth or intellect in the later years of his life. Edison's pace of invention began to slow, but his mind remained active. He explored new ideas in fields such as rubber production, seeking alternatives to natural rubber for industrial use. He even collaborated with his friends, Henry Ford and Marvy Firestone, on this endeavor, forming what became known as the Million Dollar Trio. Their combined efforts reflected the spirit of collaboration and innovation that defined Edison's career as he approached his twilight years. Edison became more reflective about the changes he had witnessed, born before the widespread use of electricity. He lived to see a world transformed by his inventions, the cities of his youth once dimly lit by gas lamps and candles now gleamed with electric lights. The hum of machines powered by electricity filled factories and homes alike. The world had grown smaller through communication. Technologies like the telegraph, the telephone, and motion pictures, all fields where Edison had left his mark in 1929. To celebrate the 50th anniversary of the electric light bulb, a grand event was held in Edison's honor at his laboratory in West Orange, attended by prominent figures such as President Herbert Hoover and industrialists like Henry Ford. The event was a tribute to a man whose ideas had changed the world. Despite the accolades, Edison remained modest, focusing instead on the future and the possibilities yet to be explored. On October 18, 1931, the age of 84, Thomas Edison passed away in his home in West Orange, New Jersey. His death marked the end of an era, but his legacy lived on in tribute to his memory. People across the United States dimmed their electric lights for a moment of silence. It was a poignant reminder of how deeply Edison's work had illuminated their lives. Edison left behind more than just his inventions. He left a philosophy of innovation, a belief that curiosity, hard work, and a willingness to experiment could change the world. His approach to problem solving, his relentless pursuit of practical solutions, and his ability to turn ideas into reality inspired generations of inventors, scientists, and entrepreneurs as relax and drift into sleep. Think of Thomas Edison's unwavering commitment to his dreams. Imagine the quiet hum of his laboratories, the soft glow of an electric bulb, or the scratchy, tiny sound of a phonograph playing a long-forgotten tune. Let his story remind you that within each of us lies the potential for creativity and discovery. Even after Thomas Edison's passing, his influence continued to ripple through time, touching countless aspects of modern life. His laboratory's inventions, philosophy of persistence, left an indelible mark on the 20th century. And beyond, Edison's legacy was more than a collection of patents or technological breakthroughs. It was a blueprint for how curiosity, determination, and collaboration could change the world. Edison's innovations laid the groundwork for industries that would thrive long after he was gone. The electric power systems he pioneered became the backbone of modern civilization, lighting homes, powering factories, and enabling the technologies we rely on today. The phonograph he created evolved into modern sound recording, giving rise to the music industrious radio broadcasts, and later digital media. His early motion picture work grew into an art form that now entertains, educates, and connects people around the globe. Edison's approach to invention also transformed the way research and development were conducted before his time. Inventors were often solitary figures working alone in small workshops. Edison's vision of collaborative, team-based innovation in a dedicated laboratory environment paved the way for the research institutions and technology companies we know today. His West Orange laboratory became a model for innovation hubs and inspired future generations of scientists and engineers. The lessons from Edison's life extends beyond his inventions. His resilience in the face of failure is a timeless reminder that setbacks are often stepstones to success. He once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective encouraged countless others to embrace failure as part of the creative process, to learn from it and to push forward with renewed determination. His story also reflects the transformative power of curiosity. From the young boy conducting experiments in his basement to the seasoned inventor refining new technologies, Edison never stopped asking questions or seeking answers. He approached the world with wonder and a desire to understand how things worked, a quality that fueled his lifelong quest for innovation. This insatiable curiosity is a gentle reminder that within each of us, the spark of discovery can ignite remarkable possibilities. In the years after his death, Edison's family, friends, and colleagues ensured that his memory was preserved. His laboratories in Menlo Park and West Orange were carefully maintained, and today they stand as monuments to his life and work. Visitors can walk through these spaces, see his stalls and notebooks, and imagine the energy and creativity that once filled the air. The sounds of clinking glassware, the smell of chemicals, and the quiet hum of machinery still seem to echo in these historic halls, beyond the physical spaces he left behind. Edison's ideas continued to shape the world. His belief in making technology accessible and practical lives on in every device that simplifies our lives. The light bulb, though improved and modified over time, remains a universal symbol of inspiration, creativity, and the triumph of human ingenuity. Edison's story is also a reminder of the human side of innovation, the patience, the long hours and the moments of doubt that accompany every breakthrough. He understood that progress often comes slowly and that true innovation requires both passion and persistence. As you rest tonight, perhaps you can reflect on your own journeys, knowing that even small steps forward are part of a greater path. Imagine a world lit only by flickering candles and dim gas lamps, where nights were cloaked in darkness. Then picture the slow, steady emergence of light spreading from cities to towns, illuminating homes and streets. This transformation was more than a technological shift. It was a change in how people experienced life. Night no longer brought an end to productivity or recreation. With the glow of electric light, the world stayed awake, and new possibilities emerged as you sink deeper into relaxation. Envision Thomas Edison in his laboratory, the warm glow of a single bulb casting long shadows. Across the room, shelves lined with tools, wires and glass beakers surround him. The quiet scribble of notes fills the air as he records his observations, his eyes filled with focus and curiosity. Study each experiment, searching for answers hidden in the details. This was a man who believed that within every problem lay a solution, waiting to be uncovered. Edison's belief in progress and innovation reminds us that the world is ever-changing, shaped by those who dare to imagine something better. His life's work was a testament to the idea that with enough patience, creativity, and determination, we can bring light to even the darkest corners of our world. Japan's origins are steeped in myth and legend, woven into the fabric of the country's identity. According to the Kawaki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, the islands were created by the divine couple Isagi and Izanami, who dipped a jeweled spear into the sea and formed the archipelago. Their descendants, the Kami, shaped the land and its people, among them Amaterasu. The sun goddess was the most revered, and it was her lineage that would give rise to Japan's imperial family, a connection that persists in tradition to this day. While these myths offered a divine origin story, the archaeological record tells another tale, one rooted in migration and survival. The first inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago arrived over 30,000 years ago, likely crossing land bridges from the Asian continent. These early foragers, known as the Yemen people, developed a distinctive way of life, marked by elaborate pottery pit dwellings and a deep relationship with nature, living in scattered communities. The Yemen thrived for thousands of years, relying on hunting, fishing, and gathering. Over time, a new wave of migrants. The Yoi arrived from the Korean peninsula around 100 BCE, bringing advanced agricultural techniques, metal tools, and a more structured society. The Yayoi introduced rice farming, which transformed the land landscape and led to the rise of settled villages, social hierarchies, and territorial disputes. This era laid the foundation for the first centralized political structures in Japan, as powerful clan leaders, known as uji, competed for control. Among them, one lineage, the Yamato, gradually emerged as the most dominant, consolidating power and setting the stage for an imperial dynasty. While the lines between history and myth blur in Japan's earliest narratives, these formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual, and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honor the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots as the Yoi period gave way to Thekafun era, circa 250 to 538. CE Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force, unlike the decentralized power. Structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun, goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as coffin, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 memoirs, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts, signaling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean peninsula's three kingdoms, Baya Sila and Guro, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced, iron-working Buddhism and Chinese writing innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftain to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families. Particularly, the Soa clan Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event, but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asa period, 538 to 710 CE. a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution, initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions. Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soa clan family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soa championed Buddhist teachings not merely as a spiritual doctrine, but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Nakano Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soa. This event, known as the Tair Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reform sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code Theritsuo system was established, closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance. It introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital, akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heiau-kei, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a griot pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government culture and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Toei, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Dutu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to Thairam. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. Monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asa and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kiki and Nihonshaki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese style calligraphy, poetry, and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto, as the imperial court relocated to Heian-ku in 794 CE. Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority, rather than ruling directly. Emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite reveled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Han court was meticulously detailed in the tale of Genji, a novel written by the noble woman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colors. However, this refined world of the Han elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans, as the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement. Large estates known as shun emerged exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip. On the countryside, the Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed assassinate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans by the late Heian. Period 2 dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts known as the Jin War 180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic high-end courtons, the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces, while poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-ko. Battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age, with the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Danur. In 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged, victorious forever in Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors rather than court aristocrats held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Tomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yorito wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with daimyo rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Buku, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional laws, known as Dao, controlling vast territories. In exchange for military service, the samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched 2 massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan, as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons, that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who'd expected generous rewards for their service without enough land or wealth to distribute. The shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. while the Mamachi period 1336 to 1573 saw a cultural renaissance marked by the rise of no-theatre ink painting and the tea ceremony. It was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sangoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became a mere figureheads as Tao battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of three of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Miyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy. Built on military might-land control and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era as Japan descended into chaos during the Sokuji, the Warring States period. Three formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival Tao with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashika shogun. However, his rule was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Ai Mitsuha, and forced to commit kuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant turned general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Yoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago. By 1590, he enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambition stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Esiigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious in 1603. He established the Toga shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance. To prevent future uprisings, the Buin system divided authority between the gut and regional Tao, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin Kotai policy, which required Tao to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogun banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from traveling abroad for over 2 centuries. Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theater, ukiyo wood block prints, and heiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet beneath the surface of stability cracks began to form: economic strain, rigid, social policies and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga Hideyoshi and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork. For modern Japan, their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos, long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again, long before the samurai became the most revered warriors. In Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Han period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburo, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honor principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamo and the Taira, two clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political maneuvering. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process, driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order as regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces. The need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Jin War 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dano saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto Noro seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan. Their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors. In service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honor, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges. Clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting ally agencies that would test the samurai's resilience. Over the centuries, what had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan. For generations to come, their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top with Minamoto no Yumo rise to power. In 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185-1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior. Leg government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task to solidify his grip. Yorito established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan, despite Yo's careful planning. Internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate after his death in 1199. His widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself under Hojo rule. The shogunate became more of an oligarchy where the regents controlled political decisions, while the puppet shogun remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military, government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon. The Mongol Empire by the mid-13th century, the Mongols under Keiyu Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors. To the shores of Kyushu, the Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, the typhoons struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogun. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Godo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Taoji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over as the Kamakura shogunate crumbled. Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Taoji, once a loyal general of Emperor Godo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of no-theatre elegant ink paintings and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil. Much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace, the Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the Tao. The powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country, the Bakufu, had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another. In an unending battle for dominance, during this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves, even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sangoku Jidi, the Waring States period, where no ruler held true control and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle ambition and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon three remarkable figures, Oden Nobunaga Toyota, Meade Yoshi, and Tokugawa Yasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sangoku-ji 1467 to 1600 was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds, where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken, like fleeting dreams, with battle erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land power or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history. Oda Nobunaga Toyotomi and Tokugawa Yasueachi would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him. Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost, he introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival Tao, including the powerful T-clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Miyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hiyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China. As well, these campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening. The fragile unity Hiyoshi had built when he died in 1598. His generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa, Yasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time. While others fought for dominance in 1600 at the Battle of Segahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Yasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa Shirut, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai who had once fought for honor and ambition would find themselves in a different world where the battlefield was replaced by politics and swords, were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history, like a forgotten dream for now, though the land could finally breathe wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Yasu's victory at Eseigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogun established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Yasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Buhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogun imposed Sankin Kotai, a policy that forced all Dao to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced at the top, were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable. Like the walls of Edo Castle itself, one of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese. At the artificial island of Dama in Nagasaki, Christianity was outlawed. Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theater and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the pass the tea ceremony. Once, a samurai ritual became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai classons, noble warriors, struggled under economic strain as their stipend remained fixed, while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theaters, art and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered like a restless sleeper, waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever, like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night. A new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world for more than 250 years. Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogun Uthad built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared, in Japanese waters ominous and foreign like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade the shogunate. So accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack in 1854. Under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa officially, ending Japan's policy of Sakoku for the first time in over 2 centuries. Foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbors. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful Dao and young samurai, who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged: those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Bosen War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists at the Battle of Toba Fushimi. Modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came: a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion, 1877, led by Sao Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai. But there are more stories to come: the mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans, but with gods, the kami divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands, according to the Kuki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan. 2 celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jeweled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow in giving birth to the fire. God is an army, perished descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god. The very forces that would shape Japan's destiny, Amaterasu radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother, Susanoo wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth in a fateful moment. Their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susan, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace and causing devastation wherever. He walked unable to bear the destruction. Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Amata rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures: the mirror, the sword, and the dual symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures. His name enshrined in myth. His reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today, while the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation. The reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers, long before the first emperor emerged. The Jaiman people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, the new wave of migrants arrived. The people bringing agriculture, metal working, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society, both intertwined to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echo still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami in the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the ki, the spirit, some deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people in the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kai, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine ruler, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance throughout the Yato period and beyond. Elaborate ceremonies were held at the East Grand Shrine, the the most sacred site dedicated to Amerasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters over time. This divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification. Rites known as misugi, ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls, meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsui were held throughout the year to honor the ki, ensuring their continued favor and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings, but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own ki, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some ki were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits, requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that after 100 years gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the ki of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favor from Hachiman, the ki of war and divine protector of Japan, as Buddhism arrived from China and Korea. In the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto, but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many ki were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions, but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion. It was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation's sacred sites. Rituals and the power of purification in ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined. Sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Ai Grand Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors, nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture. The shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a century-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Isumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Forimi Andari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans are accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi ritual, washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea warriors before battle would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity. believing that Aklian's spirit would ensure victory in everyday life. Purification took place through Temizuya stone basins found at the entrance of shrines where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the ki and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests, dressed in flowing white robes, performed ceremonies filled with an Ient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice sake and salt kagura. A sacred form of dance was performed to entertain the ki and invite their presence during times of drought. Priests, LED processions to summon rain during harvest festivals. People gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring during traditions was the Shikin and Senu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Grand Shrine every 20 years. The entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal. The idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to merge when proper rituals were not observed, or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into Ono ghosts, capable of cursing entire regions to prevent such supernatural turmoil. Elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds to the whispering forests where the kai was said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto define the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of Abel before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate, how mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the ki. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern, reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection, stretching back to Amarasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods by declaring themselves descendants of Amarasu. They positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim, but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy. Through mythology, many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies, the Minamoto clan. For example, claimed descent from Emperor Sawara, enforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the tyrant Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war whose favor was believed to grant victory in battle before heading into war. Samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior, more than just a code of conduct. Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline as samurai was expected to. And Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Noaga in particular saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hiyoshi, though, born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favor, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded during the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize. While preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land, chosen by the gods, remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories. It was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation, whether through the sun, goddess's blessings upon the imperial family, or the war gods guiding samurai into battle. The echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present, like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape in ancient Japan. The land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the Kai divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny, unlike in other civilizations, where day is ruled from distant heavens. Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains towering above the land. They were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Kahan Sakuya, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life for centuries. Monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification. Rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nei Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honor the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture, to this day reflected in the practice of temwa at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the ki, dense and untouched groves, where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorashiro, objects capable of housing deities marked with sacred ropes known as shimawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of harry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honored the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari. The kami of agriculture, the connection between people and the land, was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze or divine wind that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century was seen as a direct intervention from the kid protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain. It was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine, whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests. The natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today. The shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology. How ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favor of the ki, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Isagi and Isanami Amaterasu and Susu are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto WRs, where the emperor offers prayers to the ki and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods beyond the imperial family. Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year during New Year's celebrations. Hatsumode people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honoring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai spirits and creatures of myth remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment, from the mischievous kitsune fox spirits to the vengeful honor ghosts. These beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists not just in shrines but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture, in hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation, efforts reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines, and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscape. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people. The deep-seated sense of honor, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono, no-aware, the appreciation of impermanence stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life, the respect for ancestral wisdom, and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honored in whispered prayers, at shrines still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun, a nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires. Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron silk star charts, and rumors whispered behind. Curtained alcoves at its center loomed a grand marketplace, whose ved roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from BM Lantium, Tang China, the Abid Caliphate and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation among the people navigating. The throng was Kara bint Yast, a traveling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic, notations in a weathered scroll, unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station. She had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khoran's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in Apravat collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumor, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passerby. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears at last. She arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiraled up lattice under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Tali, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade green leather. Their meeting was brief. CER offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics, tablets uncovered near Samand, and in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumored to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded, gravely accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts across the years. She had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Kara carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her traveling cloak. She knew better than to linger her rounds. Seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly. If power shifted, memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan. Heading eastward, its leader, a woman named Aeon, who had a reputation for outmaneuvering desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognized that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety, for the jade-bound book, was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Carrier paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travelers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds. But her route led even farther along mountain trails rumored to house-hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might LL. In the next bend of the road, dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon. Hugh's Carrier joined Asun and the other travelers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that, by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Carrier walked near Aeon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead, and introduced Kara to the caravan's unspoken rules. Trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts in these borderless regions. Vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Carrier's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagram of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the aids and footnotes scrolled in. An unfamiliar script, if accurate. These writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page. Once the caravan reached a safe haven, soon signaled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Carrier took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazmal Talib's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text for them. Knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked, and across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced by twilight. The caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Aum guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray, where several travelers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Carrier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts. Others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on another worldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from her forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Carrier couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized TOEIC model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed. Meanwhile, Awan stepped away from the main group, beckoning Kerr to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king. Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar whom trusted with a rare item, have soon nodded, but warned Kerr that roving spies seeking advice on Taj for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumor traveled like wildfire, unable to sleep. Korea lingered by the embers of the fire. After most travelers had dozed off, she studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript, passing caravans sometimes, recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of VS, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Kara wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field, rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath, the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday, they paused for water, rationed by Aeon with practice. Deficiency. Kerr noticed that one of the other travelers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He traveled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumors of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen, flying the banner of a minor warlord rumored to be in league with the region's most feared bandit. Clan stench crackled through the group as Asen halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach after a ter greeting. The horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled. Everyone noticed Aon's posture remained rigid with caution. Long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust, the merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails. Less patrolled by predatory chieftain that evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Have soon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove, half hidden behind weathered boulders by the flicker of firelight. Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part kind form, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish colored his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen. Crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Atun assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicions circled and whispered, accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone. Without a trace, no sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Arn's earlier warning in these transitory worlds. Secrets attract cunning opportunists. CA gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued. Each member, wary of neighbors who might conceal hidden agendas, have soon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed, flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in stalls, and silence mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravan sarai built against the side of a bluff, Its once sturdy walls had caved in, and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber, as soon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets suggested someone had sheltered there. Not long before, since water was available from a half-collapsed system, have soon decided they would rest under what remained of the Kara of Anna's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth, as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with converse about cosmic truths. Beyond mortal comprehension, she pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Eiffel prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain. Unity tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot over a sparse meal. Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story: a textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur layer by layer. She sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through this caravan, eyes gaps accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and where rumors of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of traveling these routes at any moment. Violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment, but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik, shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and in hushed tones apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated. Contemplating her answer, she confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade, strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsan, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed carrier, and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travelers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of Thestalan letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Kara recognized that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, after Soon insisted they abandoned the ruin, Before sunrise, lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing. Unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation carrying the FN call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheater. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for two camels to pass dust-coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into water. Skins. The travellers advanced in single file. Each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Kerr, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon, they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Have soon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small ass insects against the harsh light. Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting, she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds. Though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain, no one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travelers began to show signs of heat exhaustion, of soon allotted extra water rations. Mindful that supplies were finite, Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? With the manuscripts possible, revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen, forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind blew through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time have soon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively. But it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscripts glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he traveled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumored to house writings older than any empire. The priest there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Kara nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumors that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest alone. Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Soon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged within moments. The intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Of soon suspected they were testing the caravan's defense. Tension soared, though no battle ensued. The message was clear. Someone to track them with precision as the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest. Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified in that uneasy darkness she cradled her precious book. Feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dao arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone of shrub and way expression in sharp focus of soon wasted no time. Ordering a quick departure, the caravan assembled under a sky streak with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty, overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded watch rotations decided. They moved out following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the TU terrain, offering a chance to refill waterskins. The travelers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Soon scowled, muttering about the possibility of they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan, eager to stay ahead. Soon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgy lines. She guessed it to be GES, a mid-sized trading post rumored to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Gish by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually, they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Aoun signaled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a W town. As readily as outside approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armor. After examining arms travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stools selling earth and dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewelry. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travelers, but an undercurrent of weariness ran through the crowd. I've soon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels, and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards nearby. Of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to Heramid. These scenes rumors floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain traveling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realized the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Aeon, who suggested leaving KES under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads, although it entailed more risk. Waiting might let their pursuers converge after sunset. The caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal. Camels, silenced with calm handling, a whoosh enveloped them as they slipped through G's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces outside the wall. Moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Kara clutched, the manuscript absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Aun's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush. CER braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders, Havsoon called. For a halt to rest the animals, CER found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumored city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear, but that hope remained fragile. Like a candle flame in a gusty corridor, the first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage wearily. The caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defense over the next hours. They traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Orm's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust from a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley. She glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumored to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit. Even as her body complained of fatigue near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet, trickling through a rocky defile while watering the animals. Afsun and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash L2, more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumors that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains. Yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on the route, turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers at each switchback. Korea saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codec. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements' rain. Unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape. In waves, lightning tore Thesky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path huddled together. The travelers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged 4 hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pace to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the section she had not yet deciphered. Focusing on references to a temple of horizons, the text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars. From centuries past, they had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings. the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia. The intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveler had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal sometime after. Midnight Korea awoke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter. Pounding, two figures hunched low hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Ornon emerged from the darkness like a phantom sword drawn. At her standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travelers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch. Cold and uneasy with dawn, they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Kara conferred with Aeon, both concluding that time was running short. If Arash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed. In hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like Zent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumored monasteries could offer refuge and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved grueling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps. Yet beyond every precarious turn, a new vista opened. Crisp lakes, reflecting the sky-hidden valleys, studded with wildflowers. The occasional stone ruin, perched on a ledge, like an ancient sentinel, the extremes of this landscape. Both AED and unsettled. The travelers, by late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mists swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside the city's winding streets ascended, in tiers, houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls stuck beneath arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Kors and Eiffel. Guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard in use by trade emissaries. Soon after settling Korea, excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery, library rumored to house ancient manuscripts. Paralleling her jade-bound text, crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door, flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travelers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Kalen. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Kara revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy, predating recognized schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Kalen led her to a private study chamber by oil lamps there. He produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts, inscribed on leather. To Kerr's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near identical glyphs representing cardinal points. Beyond normal mapping, Brother Kalen's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, stolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained. Missing it was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east high in a remote range, where few ventured carriers' hearts sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated the puzzle had grown, more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsun and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Vash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artifact. Their arrival here was no secret for the moment. The city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Soon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Korea, recognizing that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain under the inn's lantern glow. Korea shared what she and Brother Kalen had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed, determined the tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment, with the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge. She now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions whether to remain to search for the sister text or to brave unknown dangers in that flickering moment of possibility. Each traveller realised they had become part of a tal larger than themselves. A saga carried along by caravans forged in hidden libraries and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time.